Alrighty. Let's pop this out so I can close this. And boom. And boom. Hello, everybody. We're just getting ready to broadcast the Stanley Parable, a game I've not played in many, well, not many years, but sure has seemed like a long time, and it was a great game the first time. I anticipate it's going to be a really great game this time too. I mean, the reviews are, I mean, Destructoid gave it a 10 out of 10, and that's all I need to know. That piqued my interest. That and my experience with the previous game. So, I do want to wait for people to roll in here if they do. And if not, I'll just play anyway. So let's see what's being displayed right now. I think my starting soon is being displayed. Still not perfect at this yet, but getting there. Anyway, yeah, this is going to be really fun, and I hope that we can get at least a person or two to experience the intro before I start the game officially, because I know this game keeps track of where you are and if you've started the game, and I would like that to be something that people experience with me. So, let me double check here. All right. Well, I guess that means I'm playing. Okay, let's get everything ready for the broadcast then. We'll switch to the in-game scene. There we go. And won't show the mouse cursor. All right. Test. Okay, good. And the sound's working. That's good. All right. Well, I guess this one might be a little bit more little bit less popular than usual. That's fine. Alright, I prefer subtitles, so I'll go with English. English. Confirm. Have I played the Stanley? Of course I've played the Stanley Parable before. Silly game. But first, let me, can't you give me the option to, like, not be full screen? Just in case people come in. Okay, please just a slider until the computer's barely visible. Whatever. Please enter the current time. Okay. Well. Go, okay. Alright, cool. Oh, look at that. Ultra Deluxe. Invert Y, always on. You know what? I would like to use my, my controller. Presentation. Hold left and right mouse buttons to walk. Whoa. That seems unnecessarily. Okay. Volume levels. Desync. Borderless. You know, windowed. Full screen. Borderless. Windows. Full screen. Windowed. Let me apply the resolution. I'm not really sure what. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Keep resolution. Now I can see people, if they ever come. Quality profiles. Overall level of quality control. Okay. Here we go. Settings, controls. Yeah, it's on because I'm using a controller. All right, good. Well, all right. Let's begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push,
Hey, Mono.
how long to push them, and in what order.
After the
This
intro.
is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
All right.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked,
isolation.
frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, yeah? Okay, so he's narrating for me, but maybe I don't want to step out of my office. Maybe I'm busy maximizing the screen. Maybe I want to observe things. Okay, we got this. We got this. I'm pressing buttons. They don't seem to be doing anything. I think this is the one walking simulator that I think that you might like, Mono, because it's so clever. It's very cleverly written. And as I said before, it got a 10 out of 10 on Destructoid, which is a pretty throw baby. Okay, let's see. I hate Mondays. Okay, we got a coffee stain. Come on. Come on, narrator. Get angry at me. Okay, so I guess there's not much I can do here. But that's gonna change. I'm out of my office now. Come on, narrator. Okay, so that's an interact button. Okay, interact.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm a rebel. I'm gonna find out what's going on by myself.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Yeah, whatever you say, bro. Oh, we all I hate Monday
No matter how
months.
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where's 433? Ah, this one's on. Gotta turn that off. Okay. 435. TPS reports. Play it. No? Okay. Can I over here? No. No. Where is the baby? I want to throw a baby. Alright, let's get out of here. This. The charm about this game is finding the friggin' secrets. Pissing off the narrator. Alright. Alright, narrator, I'm here. Say something. There's nobody in my office building. I'm sure. Oh, what was that? Okay. Well, there's one place for me to go, so whatever. I'll go there. I'll play your game. Ah. Well. Okay. Nope.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh. Really? Okay. So I can't save. Alexander takes out his magic map. He feels a slight tucking sensation. Okay. He says left, I'm gonna go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay. Yes, admire it. Well. No number. Okay.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Drink it all in. What?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the
Oh,
room.
he's getting
A
bored.
room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I have hot drinks even when you're slow.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Oh, that's not cool to say. Stanley's got a cool personality, I can tell.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
I'm waiting for more game messages for you to send me. Wait. Got a #1 dad mug. Was this the way? Did this door close? Yeah, this is where I came in. It closed. I can't go back. Okay. Fine, I'll go.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Oh, this is a lot like the first Stanley Parable. Okay, all right. Oh, I'm remembering. Oh, okay. Do I go here? Do I go there? Here, Mono. What would you prefer? Would you prefer a room with this kind of look to it, or a room with? I think I see a danger thing, danger sign in this room. You can choose if you want. Make it an interactive experience for you. If you're not AFK. Wait, let me just check this message. Nope, nothing. This is like that game where you watch paint dry. Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm going here.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Okay, I'm gonna do me then. Because this game is actually really good. It's not like watching paint dry at all. Alright. We can go down here. We can, you know what? I'm a rebel. I want to be a rebel. Detour. Press the button. Yeah.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Nope. Okay, fine.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Alright, ass.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Alright. Let's see. Oh, we got a red room. We got a truck. We got a thingy. We got this. It's like a portable generator. Why would a truck be here? Alright, anyway.
No!
Whoa!
No, this isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
No. What? Well, where's the camera? I'm in the Matrix. I'll take the red pill. I want to taste steak again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yeah.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. Wait. Okay. So, basically, this is what this game is.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. Well, I do me. So I'm going to go left. Go here. Okay. I'm going to go to the painting. I'm going to go to this painting. I'm going to go... This is new. This is like in the same world as the first game, but it's much bigger.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again.
Exactly.
But it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
What? Okay, well, we're back here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I don't know.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting room, okay. Well, I am just gonna do me.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Well, we can't. The door's closed. Oh, okay. What's this? Username access. Ah, okay. I'm sure there's something interesting we can access. Nope. Okay. Let's go down here.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I definitely remember this.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help
Cracker
of the
Barrel.
Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Let's follow the line. What? Doo-ba-doo-boo. We were in a Cracker Barrel. We won. We won in the Cracker Barrel. I am not going to follow the line. Unless it's an interesting room. There is a computer there. Nope. Not going to do it. Doors still open? Okay. What? Wait. What's this? Spilled mug. Alright. That has nothing to do. I can't pick that up.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
The line's trademarked. Alright. Seems like he's more no nonsense nowadays, so I do have to follow the line. Alright, fine. The line it is. I think there's some collectibles in this game. Ah, solitaire. Of course. And I can't turn off solitaire. Alright, let's follow down here and
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
Experiential.
Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
Yeah,
well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
You're right. Very nice. Don't think twice. Give them distance. What the? It is kind of Banjo-Kazooie music. Let's go here. How did this get here? Did I take a shortcut? This is the solitaire room. Yeah, I just backtracked. That's bad. I go here. Aha! Whoa. Question marks. Room 12. This game made me write down what the time was also, so I'm expecting some meta stuff to happen. change. Monthly ledgers, okay. Consolidated reports, accounts. Ah, yes. Alright, so I'm basically walking through all the files.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
No. Fine. I don't know if I'm being
Stanley,
punished.
this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Why do I think that he's fucking with me here? Alright, well, just in case. It's a fern. Got that in your head? Good.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
What the? Yeah, this line doesn't make much sense anymore. Alright. I think there are many ways we can go now. Maybe. Why can't I go in here? The line says I can. There's a different line that says go here. Why don't I go there? And then there's one that doesn't have a line at all.
Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
You're right. Alright, so I'm thinking we're going to find the story on our own, doing our own fun stuff. We're going here. But it stops. 427. Are we back where we were? That's weird. I wonder if I can sit down. It led us right back here. But of course it would. Wait. There's a fern. Okay, whatever. I think he might be fucking around with us with the ferns. Okay, so we were here. Might as well go here. And yes, I think at one point in the original game, we do get punished. But this is the new edition of Stanley Parable, which is supposedly a lot different. And there's a lot of endings. And one of them is like the perfect ending, apparently. I remember in the original Stanley Parable, there were a lot of hilarious endings. Whoa. Oh, there we go.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Okay. I don't think this is the same room. Is it? Well, actually, yeah, it is. Okay. The adventure line.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh, Contra Hardcore? Yeah, okay. This game is about as similar to Contra Hardcore.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
Contra
Go
Hardcore.
wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I want a shooter. I want an old school Wolfenstein 3D. I want some Nazis to shoot.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna acknowledge it. It's kind of funky. It's got attitude. Look at all that. Whoa. Jeez. What happened up there? Hope I meet back up with the line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
I'm just gonna keep on walking. See if I annoy him. We'll give it a minute. If he doesn't do anything, we'll go. Fuck it. Alright, he's not gonna do anything. Whoa. What? Huh?
Oh, hold up, what's this?
Well, no, don't. I gotta read it. Okay. Alright.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait.
Forget which door is the right one.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh, okay. Well, if I remember what that thing said on the board, something should be different about the office, I think. Or it might be the second part, or the next part after. Oh boy. Okay, let's just go and see what's going on. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Alright.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh, I got my first achievement. Try jumping. Oh, you could jump in the first Stanley Parable, that's right. And there's no point in jumping. But okay, come on. Give me something to fuck around with. What's this? What's this? Okay. Okay. We're gonna fuck around with every fern. Okay. Okay. There's a spilled mug. That's different. There's a fern painting. Let's see what else is different. The lines here. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fern. Hey, Fernie. Let's go to the left this time. Okay. That looks like a pretty creepy room. Never mind. It's not my room anyway. Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
But there's
Feeling
information.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Interesting. First of all, do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. RIP friends. Okay. Meeting room. Floored. 400XX. Group. Cabal planning. Okay. Weekly. Okay. This box too small. Blah blah blah. Terminated from Tuesdays. Legal. Blah blah blah. 8 bird. Office party. What to do about 432? Don't tell 42 about the meeting. Okay, so 432. Targets. Push for funding for research and development of new coffee machines. Standalone graphs. Okay, not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Ongoing. Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on topic of blah. The future was yesterday, tomorrow is now. Okay. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. This might be interesting. Employee 417, 491, 431, 4 in gym. Okay. Oh, that switches a lot. Okay. Now let's I think there are things that we can wait. Bi-quarterly post-review review. We need less reviews. 402 and 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion of the primary review skit. The death sport? But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to the teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net. Some sort of child trap. Teenagers. Size of demographic. Space between the teenagers. A lot of percent. Throw something in the idea bin. 10 or 1. No more bins. Trash cans. 2. Renaming of the idea bin. 3. Firing of me. Ideas bin. Okay. What do people want? Things. Money. More money. Things. But with the money to buy more things. Graphs. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Violet James, you are fired. Happy feelings. Okay, yes. Fax. Okay. Telephone directory, which I can't even see. Stock market is somewhere here. Colored in segments, stripes. Requires more secondary research. What is hot? Profits, 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 profits. Another sort of profits. Profits, profits. Okay. What is behind here? Aha. Better safe than profits. Business Rule 1. References are not all they're cracked up to be. Huh. Now, using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide is a blue graphic on the header. There's some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm, productive environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Number slides on this slide. Charts, charts, slides, slides. Rate at which charts. Okay. I definitely want to make sure I don't miss anything here. Whoa. Please number charts. Stop. Boss procedure. Boss procedure. The type of thing. Okay. Yeah, right. I think that was the point, Mono. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, remember to achieve for the future. Comatose? Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelief makes me. Okay, don't get fired. Oh, that's great. I think this is just very, yeah. This reminds me of your typical soulless stuff with your typical diagrams that are straight up bullshit, soul-sucking bullshit. Okay, yeah, all right, it's repeating. To do synergistic values, shift global market per monetize free to play. Ah, yes, monetize free to play. Too late. Okay. So we have read everything. Is there anything to click on? No, I don't think so. Let's get out of this scary place. Broom closet. They mentioned the broom closet before. Let me in. Yes, it actually opened.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here.
Oh,
so he turned around and got back on track.
Nope. If one thing we learned about Space Quest, it is that broom closets
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
Broom
No
closets
reason
can
to still
save
be
lives. Broom. Broom. Give me a broom. Okay.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Oh, I
He
know
wasn't
this
even
before
doing
you know.
anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it
Yes.
is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Fuck all. Yeah. You're right. You gonna give me something?
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yeah.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because I want a nap. I'm Roger Wilco.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
I don't know. There's gotta be something.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Yeah.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Gotta work on your American accent, buddy.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Oh,
He probably
okay.
only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Oh, I
That
see
or
what
with
you're
drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead.
But
They
I'm
have
not at
fallen
a
prey to
computer.
any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term
Am I at a
sustainability of your
computer?
species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of
Oh, they're
narrative
referring
tropes
to
in video
me.
gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Alright, is that everything you're gonna say to me? Yeah, I think that's about it. Well,
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
right.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Downstairs. Whoa. Can I pick up that white piece of paper? That looks very tempting. I click on it? No, I can't even click on it. Okay. Well, this is one way to get out
But
of here.
Stanley just couldn't do it.
Nope.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh, hell yeah.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be?
What?
Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
I've been here.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Uh-oh.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Not yet, not yet.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
No, I don't.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Okay. Now that...
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay. Maybe I should have just seen my boss.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
And now there's music. It's like changing slightly every single time. What? Yeah, this is different. Awaiting input. Yeah, these computers are different. Things are different. The clocks are different. New content. Let me guess, Mono. You hate this game completely. New content. Input it. Oh, hey, Raj. Go back to the monitor and input. Okay, so awaiting input. Okay, input received. Now what? I had no idea someone was watching. Okay, well, hey, input received. That's got to change something. All right. Thank you, Raj.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Well, let's check. I really wish I went up and saw my boss earlier instead of dying. I guess I took for granted because I can't really interact with very much in this world, but it's still really interesting. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Until you fill up that bar. Yeah,
Hello,
I
and
see.
thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands
Oh, wow,
the
did
world
ya?
of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Yeah, I'm loving this.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
I'm glad I'm not the
well,
only
this
one.
sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
And believe me, I can spend a long time on my streams playing a game that I really like. So I totally see where you're coming from, Raj. I really like adventure games and like games with story, and as long as it's good.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
want
far it's
to get all the endings.
Nothing special yet, but I'm sure
perfect
it's just
ending.
the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go.
There we
All
go.
right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've
Oh.
never been more ready. Let's do it.
So, just in case you're wondering, I stream.
I have to say, initial
hold on a
impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content.
Yes.
Give me the content, Stanley.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So I routinely do live streams with my Discord group on Wednesday and usually Sundays, but sometimes Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern. So you're welcome to come visit whenever you'd like. Oh, okay. Good night, Raj. Thank you for telling me about that little bit. And I will definitely enjoy. Thank you for stopping by.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
You hear, Mono? The jump circle. Not yet. Jump circle sounds dumb.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Jump circle? I've jumped as much as I can jump in this game. Wait. Jump circle. Okay.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Okay. Wait. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Well, that's just delightful. I'll go to the chair first.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Test achievement.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Well, I'm glad Raj told me about that input thing. So I'm definitely not going to take input for granted, but okay, let's see. What's this? Hello. Okay. I am trying to input things. Doesn't seem like there's much to be inputted. What?
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Wait. Before I go in the vent, what's that? Sunset? I want to go here. Well, guess it's me and the announcer. Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Okay. Input everywhere. You make your own little holodeck. Looks sort of like a holodeck type program. Look at here.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Well, yeah, We're outside. You missed our visitor. He told me an interesting thing. I found a computer I pressed a button on. And gotta find a couple more computers with that. And there's an achievement that says test achievement, please ignore. And I have no idea what that means. Okay. This is like a holodeck type thing. What's going on here? The memory zone. You can interact with certain things, just not most things. Don't forget. Okay. Zone, sweet zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Okay, let's see, we got National Geographic, we got Cargo, we got some graphs, shapes, indoors monthly, time. And wait. Okay, here's a column of the Stanley Parable Collector's Edition. Okay. Infinite Games for the Audience Award Stanley Parable. Okay. What is this? British Academy of Film and Television Arts Award to Stanley Parable. Okay. And what's over here? We have Our First Kiss, My First Car, the release of Stanley Parable, and all this in the pages are shaped like a heart. That's cute. Okay. Stanley Parable. We got a clock. Why do we have a clock? I don't know. We got some postcards. Okay. Whoa. The original remake. Buy on Steam. Okay. Let's begin again. Good times. Okay. Now I'm gonna open. Okay. Smile because it happened. Stanley Parable Alpha Test. A trip down memory lane. Okay. This is of course. Legal tender. What's this? Okay. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. That is actually an achievement. I remember that. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Okay, development team nominee, British Academy Awards, and game innovation. Cool. Okay. New video game releasing today. Creative, surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Colleges showing even effort to enroll poor. Okay. October 17, 2033. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Story. LA Times. Stanley deals tough choices. Ah. That's the screen we just saw. And, alright. Now we're outside again. In loving memory, little Stanley. Is that a little animal? What happened to the little animal? There's a piano.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, seul sous la pluie des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour. C'est là, dans la mémorisation, où je me remémore les jours
Okay.
où je t'ai
French song.
rencontré, mon amour. Mais ici, c'est aussi où je me souviens.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com.
Yes, I
James
noticed that
Stephanie
myself.
Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Ironically, I believe this expansion, yes, this expansion definitely got a 10 out of 10 as well. So, I kind of wanted to hear the rest of that song. I think that, I would have gotten an achievement, maybe? Okay. The original. It's down here. Memory zone maintenance. Fire. Okay, let's see. Do. Okay. Person of the Year, Stanley. Off on. Oh, too bad I can't. A there. Okay. Scott K. Okay. Interesting. Well, your number is 29. Yep. Wish that were true.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Okay. Let's see, this is what? GameSpot review? Okay, well, super. About the author. Don't care. Alright. So, now we can, the serious room, okay. Can we go into the serious room? It opened. There's a smiley face. Can't go out.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
Yeah. Can you just, hey Stanley, push these box is over. Stanley. Okay, I'm just gonna walk until something happens. Ah, I can go here again. I want to go to the serious room. Okay, well, let's see if... Ah, the downstairs is open. Okay.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Yeah, well...
What's this? What's down here?
Guess we'll find out. Cold drinks. Cold drinks, even when you're slowing. And you think you're going. Have a nice day.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Nope, probably not. Steam reviews. Caution. Something. Okay. Let's input as much as we can. See if there's anything I can input. I'm guessing there's not. Let's walk in and see what surprise there is. Not recommended. Oh my goodness. Could be written by Mono.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Okay. Hot drinks. So when would have liked people to come over and enjoy this game right along with me. That'd be cool. No one asked for a different game. Alright, let's see here. Okay. Yep, that's Ari. You heard Ari? She's been shaking her head constantly. I think she might have an ear infection, so we have to take her to the vet tomorrow. And we are looking at Steam reviews of this game.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Do I... Come on. Nope. Okay. Keep my eyes open. Keep my eyes open. Nope. Oop. Okay. I guess this is... Oop. Okay. This will be the...
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
Yep.
I wish there was a skip button.
And these are real
A skip
reviews,
button.
too.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay. We have a button here. Wait. Yeah. Before I press that skip button, this game is extremely meta. It was meta the first time, but
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all, until the end of... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about...
See, did he die? Oh. Okay, the clock is dead. Something's beeping. This changed. Okay, where's that beeping coming from? It's coming from here. Yeah, it's coming from here. No, it's coming from... the right... wait. There. Well, I can't press that. Alright.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make...
Is there dripping water? Yeah, this... something's gonna happen here.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
narrator. Oh, there we go. Okay, this... I'm guessing that nature is reclaiming this place, even though that this is technically not. This is just... this is not nature. This is like a... mental area inside the narrator's mind, and it is degenerating. Okay, here we wait. Let's check the clock. Yeah. Wait. Well, let's see what happens. Ah. We got Velveeta versus Cheddar. Velveeta tastes much better. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I guess maybe. Yeah, this is literal. This can be literal expressionism. I guess we'll skip ahead. We don't know really how far ahead we're skipping now. But we do know that that the end is never the end. Makes me wonder if this narrator regretted the skip button. Oh boy. Well, I guess it's nighttime. This fake little world. Okay. I guess I mean, screw it, I'll just press it again. Alright. Well, look at that. Can I press it again? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Okay. Let's see where we are. On a beach. Okay. 427. Hate Mondays. Okay. Well, this seems to be there is no narrator. I think the narrator's dead. No, I think the narrator's just dead. The narrator was there before. At the very beginning, the narrator was there. Now the narrator...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh, okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, it's starting, but I don't think we're starting over. We're free! No, I think there's something different. There's always something different. And we need to
No
look...
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
We gotta check computer screens because some of them say input, and we have to press those and fill up the bar. I found one because Raj helped me. Okay. Let's do what this guy says because we tortured him a lot. See, this is what he was telling me about. We gotta do this 4 more times. Free to kill. There we go. Now we gotta do it 3 more times. What's this? Okay. Alright. Whoa. New content. Alright.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Yes, I did.
I have something very exciting to show you.
Alright, let's go for a ride. He's probably gonna take his revenge on me. Let's see. We got some TPS reports and a copier. We got a fence. Yes, okay. Now we got an elevator.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I would say I would ask for more interactivity, but I think that's the point of the game, is that the interactivity comes from where you choose to go and not what you choose to push. And how you choose to interact with the whoa. Yeah, how you choose to interact with the narrator. I think that's really the game. Okay, so anyway, sequel 427. That's clever because, you know, that's my office number. The end is never the end. Again. Investor Showcase. Okay. Well,
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
okay. Well, we got here some notes, and then we got here taste the sequel. Stanley Parable 2. Stanley Parable 2. Oh, that's real. Oh, yeah. Put 2 in a whole lot of languages. It's really sweet. Okay, can't click the door. Well, I guess we're going down here. Okay. Oh, fern. Click the fern. Alright, fine. Click this. No, see all photos. Okay. What? No. Okay, let's see. Ah, okay. Wait. Those are really cool dice. Alright. What's that? Alright. Fogged up glass. A door. A leather couchy. New mug. Maybe I should just walk. Unless it's like something really unique. Ah, that's unique. Okay. Can I? No? Okay. Whatever. What's this? Meeting 2 p.m. Alright, cool. Nope. 2. If I change my clock to 2, I wonder if it'll do anything. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Okay. They're back. 2 doors. I think. Okay. We got 2 new mugs. Everything is 2. Stanley Parable 2. There's 2 ferns. What is on that note? Oh, I can do that? I didn't know I could do that. Oh, I probably missed something a while ago. Oh, well, whatever. Okay. Aha. Okay. Click to add speaker notes. Okay. Click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Why do I feel like I can actually click this? Alright, I guess not. Whatever. Okay. Nothing there.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Okay. Okay. 222. Scrum design, pitch break, pitch design. Number 2, chat. Okay. Okay. What? Whoa. What was that? Eat? Eat? What? Feast? Scrum. Replace the something of. Do not feast your turn. Sometimes to eat. Eat. Better dead than feast on hope. Reject the person of Uncle Hunger. Do not trust your path. Remember to eat. Eat. Is this something that this is maybe I don't. Maybe I just keep that there. There was a really creepy sound. We'll leave it on a saying. Okay. 22222. Lots of twos. The Crab, the ultimate sequel. 2. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman, Arkham Asylum 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Dark Souls 2. Don't talk to me before I had my sequel. Okay. Alright. Wait. Hey there, computer. Come on, computer. Oh, whatever. Alright. New features. This way the show floor. Alright. Scrum. Have some new features. Do I get to walk up to theater? Nope. There's a bus. Okay. No bus. Okay. Well, we're going through. And jeez. Hey. Oops. My earplugs came out. 1 second. Okay, one's in.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Oh, I will. Okay, new features. Let's check them out. Here's the merch. There's no new features. There's no new features. Stanley Parable 2, the Reassurance Bucket. Reassurance Bucket. Please no screenshots. Okay, so there's a Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Office decorations and infinite hole. Stanley Parable 2. 0344. Okay. Collectibles. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. There's a jump circle and an infinite hole. Okay. There's ferns everywhere. I was told to check ferns. Okay, let's see. Reassurance bucket. I'm thinking I might need to go to the reassurance bucket. That's new. What the? What? Where's that noise coming from? That noise is coming from somewhere. Yeah. Where are you coming from? Is that a real button? 999. Please no screenshots. Oh, I'm gonna take a screenshot. I bet could get pissed off. Okay, let's see. Print screen. And I'm going to take a screenshot. Print screen. And now what? Oh, F12. There we go. Come on, get pissed off at me. Alright. Hear your name in the game. The button that says your name. This is a big room. Before I go into this big room, I need the reassurance bucket. There is a lot going on here. Button that says, okay, jump circle, infinite hole. Reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Okay. I will. This is interesting. Okay, behind the bucket. There's a... What? Nope. Okay, I guess it's just a bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay. Well, now that I have the bucket, okay, let's put the bucket to use.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Okay, that's not away. I would say that is a infinite hole. Looks like something I should check out after I check out this area. Check out my name. Name, hear yours today. Okay. Yeah, I can pee in it and puke.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay. So meta, man. Okay. So is it gonna call me Crazy Pumpkin? Or is it gonna call me Rich? Or is it gonna Road to the Perfect Button? The Goldilocks button. Too big, just right. Too small. Looks like they've done their R&D. Okay. Okay. Name button. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Try it here only.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine...
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Yes, please.
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Instead, oh, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
No. That wasn't cool. Suppose after that experience with the skip button, it's not entirely unfair. Okay.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, you
They
do that.
would appreciate what I've created here.
You heard Jim in the game. Enjoy the new features. Is that a new, yeah it is. And is that a 2? It looks suspicious. Yeah, it is. Merch. Okay. Exclusive, the button that says Jim. That's Jim. Okay, let me just... What's this now? Come on. Come on. I noticed that. Not everybody would notice that. There's something about that. Alright. Whatever. Fuck it. Epilogue? Not yet. First, gotta check the infinite hole. Gotta check the infinite hole and got to check jump circle. Yeah, so the infinite hole and jump circle. No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Okay. Well, to be honest, I really was not attached to either one of those choices, so...
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No,
4,
I've
3,
made my
2.
decision. We're moving on.
4, 3, 2. Why? Okay. Can't help thinking there's some clues in here. Alright, what's this? This takes us somewhere. Oh yeah, okay, that's first new and easy achievement. Well, hold on a second, I gotta go here first. Time depth, okay. Surrounding area, opening death, infinite, okay. Is this where the hole is? It just keeps going. It's talking about the infinite hole, I'm guessing. Okay. Infinite hole chart. Educational use only. Of course. And then we got a black hole right here. Okay. Interesting. All right, well, let's enter.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay. Infinite hole. Let's see. Okay. Huh. Well, no time like the present, no day like today.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Or...
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I think he hasn't, made this infinite.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Every pause button is a Roman numeral too. You know, I didn't consider that. Lots of cigarette butts. Are you gonna say anything? Fine.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yep.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
What's that? Something's going on. Yep, something's going on. I'm going down the infinite hole, but I don't know. I can't explain to you what's going on right now because it would take too long. You missed some weird shit.
My head's stronger, now you're no longer using up the space of mine.
Any button change your reality.
My head's stronger, now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger, now you're no longer using up the space of mine.
Whoa.
My head's stronger.
Oh, that's cute.
No longer
I like this one.
Up the space of mine.
No, I want the other one. Change myself? Whoa. Okay.
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
I was.
You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Okay. As you can see, he just kind of leaves us in the hole, and eventually it started going down, and sort of changed our perception. So
here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
We've gone to the button that says Gym. We have gone to the reassurance bucket. That's why I have this. New. Nope. Okay, this. Please no screenshots. Ah, right, I've been through here. Okay. Jump circle. And mostly infinite hole. Okay. Jump circle. Oh. And of course, the free new and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Okay, yeah, I want, yeah. Give me my achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Sounds like I can annoy you with it. What's this? And what's this? What's this? That? What's that? Can I unplug this thing? I'm sure I can. There's the plug. This achievement achieved. Unachieved. Okay. Well, let's, for 1 second, leave that unachieved. Okay. Okay. There's the lever. That's cool. This, I'm not sure if I get how to do this. Yeah, I might be too hard. he's not saying anything. Dang it. Might have to just do it. Okay.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
It'll happen. We'll make it happen. Perhaps. There must be some way to tamper with this. Wouldn't be here if I could not somehow screw around with this guy. How can I screw around this guy? Huh? Is that a pressure gauge? Is that a valve? There is a secret to this room. I know there is. Wait. 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 Pull me, please pull me, please pull me, please pull me. Okay, how do I pull? Is there a diagram for this machine? Wait. How did I just hop on top there? Wait a second. There's something below here that they didn't want me to know about. Can I climb onto this? Test achievement unachieved. There's so many limited things. There's so few things I can actually do to interact with this environment. And yet I'm trying to find them all. Okay, I'm behind this. I want to step on this. Come on. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Come on. Let me through. 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 Wait. Yeah. Wait, this is read before. Okay. Hopefully this will become apparent later on. Because it's not apparent to me right now. Okay. So let's go. We have not a free achievement. Straight up false advertising.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles and exits. Can't believe it's that simple. It just works. Stanley Parable 2. Let's see. Okay. Collect them all. Okay. Ooh, pretty.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna walk. Can I find them all?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
What's that cup? Okay. Jump circle. Ah, yes. Free achievement. The one that says the name of the merch. Settings World Champion. Office decorations. Exits there. Jump circles there. Yeah, jump
You know
circle.
what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
New content, the jump circle. Well, come on, let me jump. Do easy. Wait. Whoa. What's this? Oh, come on. I find that, and that has nothing. Alright. Please no screenshots. Well, I've taken a lot of screenshots. And it hasn't pissed this guy off at all. Merch. Office decorations, okay. Office decorations.
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
I want my balloon. Why did he talk to me when I got back in there? New and evening achievement. That's new. Okay. Jump circle this map. Free achievement. Office decorations epilogue. Okay. What does that sound? Is that a real button? Okay. I've made up my mind that that sound effect is something. Two. There was a weird two. It's asking for no screenshots. Schween shaders? Hold on a second. Aha, he's hiding something behind that. That baby's hiding something. But this is Jim the game. 222, 222. Enjoy the new features. There's something fishy about this. Maybe I have to take a picture of the weird 2. There. That's the weird 2. Wait. What's this? Ah. The epilogue. Please, no screenshots. $9.99. Is there anywhere I have not been? Besides the epilogue. You are the sequel. I think. Okay, so they blocked me off. Taste the sequel. That's new. Button says Jim. Reassurance bucket. Okay. Interesting. Can I give back the bucket? Merch, which I can't seem to interact with. Elevators that don't have any buttons. What is that sound? Meeting at 2 p.m. Why is this orange instead of red? This says Jim. Try it here. Oh yeah? What if I take a picture of it not being there? No. Friggin' frack. Alright, well I guess I'll just go to the epilogue and see if there's any shenanigans I can pull there. Infinite hole. New and easy achievement. First, check the infinite hole. Whoa. Wait a second. across the infinite hole. Lumber, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works to use right now. Okay. Well, yeah. Not much I can do. Probably spent way too much time trying to screw around with the system. Jump circle. Jumps remaining 0. Okay.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
No. There's also an epilogue. There's an exit and there's an epilogue. Exit, epilogue. Okay, epilogue is... Okay. Check that epilogue. Okay.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
There we go. Settings of World Champion. Didn't see that yet. And why would that be there for no reason? Settings. You know what? Hold on a second. Settings, World Champion? Settings. Yeah. Color labels, content warnings. How about no? What if I delete saved data? That'd be the kind of thing that I would need to have assurance that I was going to get some sort of result out of. Settings world champion. I went to the settings, there's no begin the game again. Interesting. Okay. Presentation, language, show subtitles, subtitle size. Translation labels, player data. Switch panel. Interesting. Okay. Doesn't make much sense. That's new. Okay. This is new. Epilogue. Please no screenshots. Four, 3, 2. I'm thinking 4-3-2 might be interesting. Okay. Enjoy the new features. You heard Jim in the game. Okay. Guess we go to the exit. There we go. All right, exit.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Seems more like PT. Interesting. Okay, lots of credits. Okay, yes, me too. Thank you. Now, 427.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nope, he didn't.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Door on my left? Nah.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Alright, we'll go to the cargo lift then. Whatever you want, bucket. Oh, I wish I had a key.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, baby. Okay, sit down. Go and lie down.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. Door on the left.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Okay. So we are going to the meeting room. Meeting room leads to broom closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy, it's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. No, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Trying to let him have it.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Why does he hate this room so much? What is up with this room? What's this? What's this? What's this? I think I've exhausted the bucket in the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright, never did that. Executive bathroom. Hell yeah, I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Oh, I will. Stream bathrooms time. Okay. bathroom. Yep. All right. Okay. Fern.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Good.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
That's right.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think... Oh, okay. 2845? Well, it is... Okay.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Wait, there's a lot of things to click here.
2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Hey, I want to put in 2845. So, put in the code.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Great. Some light would be nice.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I am going to leave the bucket behind next time.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
What? What number 3? Keypad buttons. You mean in the boss's office?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again? No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
But I'll be back.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
What the...
For months he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
All right. To stage 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 333, 333, 333, 33, 33, 333, 333, 333, 333. How many threes is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32. Couldn't even do 33.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
427. There it is again. 427. Seven. Okay. Well, let's do this. Do to come pizza. Hey.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, Figure Finders Committee. Meeting in the meeting room. Guess we go to the meeting room today. Screw you, Bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, it has to be, because there's a meeting there. Employee 003. Employee saw one in cargo room. Cargo room 421 in cargo room. Okay. All right. Now we wrote that down. I got that one. Big leads are red room. Okay. There will be a reward for finding them all. Some are both red and blue. Stairs, something to do with stairs. A large room, lots of boxes. Yes. Okay. Places to search. Large room, lots of boxes. Yes, we will get them. Large room, lots of boxes. Oh well, broom closet.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Large room, lots of stairs, red and blue. Okay. Interesting. Well, okay. Lots of stairs. Okay. Something about stairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. No, I don't. Stairs. Something Stairs. Something about stairs. Some were red and blue. Red and blue.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Yes. Okay. So, something to do with stairs, and we're both red and blue. Well, this has to do with stairs. It's not both red and blue. However, this is red and blue.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Exit.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Okay.
Stanley began screaming.
No.
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
What the? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 rows. And singing buttons. Buttons. of buttons ending. Just a lot of buttons. No thanks. Meeting today. I do want to see how I'm progressing. What? 426. 421. Lots of boxes with red and blue. Okay. Large room. 421.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nah, I'm going my right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
$449, $450.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Lots of boxes. But there's a cargo room right there. Yeah, lots of boxes.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay. There it is. There it is. Okay.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
With red and blue. That could mean purple.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun was so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun was so far off the beaten path.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Alright, 421. Is there 421 here? Anywhere? 422, 424, 423. Where's 421? Blue and red.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope. Still something to do on
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
What is this? And what? This is the place with...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Red and blue. Okay. Nope. Nope. Okay. Well, lots of boxes here. Sure would like to.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Alright, alright. I'm trying.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside.
Red.
Let me show you what's really going on here.
Oh, you fuck off.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
It's blue and red here. Oh, maybe I should have walked while I had a chance. Oh.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start? Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking somewhere.
This is the story of a man. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there. Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
The car game.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Let's get the real ending.
Are you
now,
doing
please.
it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls! Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving.
See how you'd like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much, but who knows? You're an inventive kid, you'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley. Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember? No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Stanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
All right. Well.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Really?
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one. This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness.
Quite a lot.
And
I'm
then
trying to get
somewhere
through this whole
along the
game in
way,
one
I
day.
stopped making decisions. I became lazy.
Hello, EP.
And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
Is this
Okay,
the,
here we
perfect
go.
ending?
This
is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Reboot
Feeling a
game.
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay. It's telling me to reboot the game entirely. What? Okay. Let's see.
Coming to a
boss.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hello, boss. And you're not there.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Yes, kill surprise. Going down. Do.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay. How? Mind controls idle, awaiting input. Nope.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
All right.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Well, I would say that is enough for a good stream. I hope people enjoyed it, and yeah, I will see people on Wednesday at 8 for what might be the conclusion of Chrono Trigger, the Chrono Trigger live stream series that we have going on. So, hope to see you all there, and see you all later. Bye-bye.